잠깐.
барилгачин
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин.
бэлэн байна. Барилгачин бэлэн үү? Амтан тижээгч.
Амар юм уу? Барилгачин. Амар мэндүү. Барилгачин. Тийм үү? Барилгачин. Амар мэндүү. Барилгачин.
Амар мэндүү. Амар мэндүү. Барилгачин.
Захир. Барилгачин.
Амар мэндүү.
Би болгоё. Тийм үү? Барилгачин. Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин.
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин. Амар мэндүү. барилгачин,
амар мэндүү, барилгачин.
тийм үү,
барилгачин.
захир
амар
мэндүү,
мэндүү,
уур хачин, захир,
амар мэндүү, барилгачин. Амар захир байна. Барилгачин. Барилгачин. Тийм байна. Барилгачин. Тийм амар захир. Модчин.
би захир тийм үү,
Амар мэндүү,
тийм үү, барилгачин,
амар мэндүү, барилгачин. Тийм амар мэндүү. Барилгачин. барилгачин.
захир,
Бэлэн байна.
барилгачин,
Элин. Итлээ гүйцэтгэе. Итлээ гүйцэтгэе.
Тийм үү?
Элин сонс. Тий.
амар захир
Амар
байна.
мэндүү.
барилгачин,
Тийм байна. Мэдээжин эхлэгч. Тийм байна.
захир байна.
барилгачин. Амар мэндүү. Тийм үү? Амар
Амар мэндүү.
зүйтэй. Амар мэндүү. Барилгачин. Амар тийм үү? барилгачин. Амар мэндүү. Амар мэндүү. Модчин. Амар мэндүү. Модчин.
Бэлэн байна.
Захир тийм байна. За. Модчин.
Элин. Итлээ гүйцэтгэе.
Тийм үү? Модчин. Амар мэндүү. Бэлэн байна.
Ийм үү. Гүйцэтгэе. Тушаал сонс. Итлээ гүйцэтгэе.
Захир,
Амар мэндүү. Барилгачин. Захир. Тийм үү? Амар минь дүү. Барилгачин. Тийм үү? Би болгоё.
Амар минь дүү. За.
Бэлэн байна. Тийм ээ.
Тийм үү. Тийм.
Амар минь дүү. Барилгачин.
Шаар сонс гүйцэтгэе.
Тийм үү.
Байна.
Барилгачин.
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин.
Бэлэн. Урагшаад ачаад. Шаар сонс мэдлээ гүйцэтгэе.
Амар
Амар
минь
минь
дүү.
дүү.
Барилгачин.
Амар минь дүү.
Бэлэн байна.
Барилгачин. Бэлэн байна.
Амар минь дүү.
Уурхач. Захир. Уурхач.
Захир. Барилгачин.
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин. Захир минь дүү. Барилгачин.
Амар
Тийм
минь
байна.
дүү. Барилгачин.
Захир. Амар минь дүү. Барилгачин. Амар минь захир. Тийм үү. Тийм байна. Барилгачин.
Тийм үү. Тийм.
Захир. Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин.
Амар минь дүү. Уурхачин.
байна. Барилгачин. Тийм ба тийм үү? Барилгачин. Барилгачин.
Бэлэн захир. Барилгачин. Би болгоё.
Амар мэдүү. Барилгачин. Захир байна. Барилгачин.
Амар мэдүү.
Барилгачин. Барилгачин. Захир. Барилгачин. Амар мэдүү. За. Би захир мэдүү.
Бэлэн байна.
Захир. Барилгачин. Тийм байна. Барилгачин. Захир мэдүү. Юутай. Тийм үү? Тийм ээ.
Амар мэдүү. Тийм ээ.
Захир мэдүү. Би болгоё.
Элин. Нитлээ гүйцэтгэе.
Амар мэдүү.
Амар мэдүү.
Барилгачин. Амар мэдүү. Амар мэдүү.
Барилгачин.
Шаар сонс. Гүйцэтгэе.
Захир.
Тийм үү.
Барилгачин. Уурхачин. Бидний захир уу? Уурхачин. Бидний захир мэдүү. Уурхачин.
Timo,
Timo,
Anching, Bardachching,
Zachar, Anchung,
Zachar, Anching, Amormindo,
Timo, Anchung, Amrmindu, Urhachung, Amrmindu, Barichung,
Timan,
Barichung,
Amormindo, Bardachching, Amormindo,
Amrmindu,
Bardachching,
Тийм үү. Мэдлээ гүйцэтгэе.
Timo, Bithim Ban, Timo,
Amrmindu,
Bithim Ban,
Barichung,
Amormindo, Bardachching, Bardachching, Amormindo,
Zachar,
Bardachching, Bardachching, Bithim Ban, Urhaching, Timo,
Timo,
Motching,
Amrmindu,
Amormindo, Bithim Ban,
Amrmindu, Barichung,
Элин. Гүйцэтгэе.
тийм үү? Барилгачин.
Бэлэн байна. Зүйтэй. Бэлэн байна. За.
Тийм үү?
Амар минь дүү.
Барилгачин. Амар тийм үү? Барилгачин.
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин.
Тийм байна. Бэлэн байна. Тийм
байна.
үү? За. Амар тийм байна. Барилгачин.
Ушаал сонс. Ийм.
Амар минь дүү. Зүйтэй.
Ушаал сонс. Ийм үү.
Бэлэн байна. За. Тийм үү? Тийм ээ. Амар минь дүү.
Bitin ban.
후샤르 선수
Bitin ban.
A5 후샤르 선수 엘링 엘링 선수 엘링
Амарменду засварчин.
Bitin ban.
후샤르 선수 мэдлээ гүйцэтгэе гүйцэтгэе
Бэлэн байна. Захир засварчин. Тийм үү? Засварчин. 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 Bэлэн байна дүү. Барилгачин. Тийм үү? Амтэн тэжээгч.
Захар. Амтэн тэжээгч. Тийм үү? Амар минь дүү. Амтэн тэжээгч.
Захар дүү. Амтэн тэжээгч.
Тийм үү?
байна.
Амтэн тэжээгч. Барилгачин.
Тийм үү?
Бэлэн байна. Мотчин. Амар минь дүү. Мотчин.
Амар
тийм үү?
байна.
Бэлэн
Амар минь
байна
дүү.
дүү. Мотчин. Тийм үү? Мотчин.
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин. Тийм үү? Барилгачин.
Амар минь дүү. Амтэн тэжээгч. Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин. Тийм үү? Барилгачин. захир модчин тийм амар минь дүү барилгачин захир барилгачин бэлэн байна. Амтан жижигч тийм үү амтан жижигч захир
Амар
байна.
минь дүү.
Амтан жижигч
Бэлэн амар минь дүү. Амтан жижигч. Бэлэн байна. Модчин.
тийм үү барилгачин тийм үү модчин Тийм үү. Барилгачин. 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 Амар минь дүү. Барилгачин. Бэлэн байна.
Захир. Барилгачин. Тийм үү. Барилгачин.
Бэлэн байна. Уур хачин.
Захир. Уур хачин. Бэлэн байна. Уур хачин. Амар захир. Амар минь дүү.
Амар минь дүү. Мотчин. Захир. Тийм үү. Мотчин. Барилгачин. Амар минь байна. Барилгачин.
Амар минь дүү. Мотчин.
Амар минь байна. Барилгачин. Тийм үү. Барилгачин. Бэлэн байна.
Амар минь дүү.
Барилгачин.
Тийм амар минь дүү. Мотчин.
Тийм үү. Мотчин. Бэлэн байна. Мотчин. Амар минь байна.
Би болгоё. барилгачин
Тийм үү? Бэлэн байна. Амар минь дүү. Барилгачин. Тийм үү? Матчин.
бэлэн байна. барилгачин тийм үү?
Амар минь
барилгар барилгачин за би болгоё тийм ээ. Амар минь дүү зүйтэй мотчин
Тийм
бэлэн
байна.
байна.
Барилгачин.
Амар минь дүү за зүйтэй захир тийм ээ.
Тийм
захир
үү?
тийм үү?
Матчин. Бэлэн байна. Би бодсон. Матчин. Тийм үү? Амар минь дүү. Тийм ээ. Амар минь бэлэн байна. Барилгачин. Амар минь дүү. Захир. Барилгачин.
Тийм байна дүү. барилгачин тийм үү?
Амар минь дүү.
бэлэн байна.
Матчин.
захир
Захир
тийм
минь
минь
дүү.
дүү. мотчин Бэлгийн байна. Барилгачин.
Захим амар миндүү. Барилгачин.
Тийм байна. Модчин.
Тийм үү. Барилгачин.
Бэлгийн сонс. Тийм.
Захим амар минь тийм үү? Барилгачин. Захир. Барилгачин.
Амар
Амар
миндүү.
минь дүү.
Зүйтэй. Тийм ээ. Барилгачин. Би болгоё. Барилгачин. Тийм захин байна. За.
Тийм үү?
Захин байна.
За. Би болгоё. Зүйтэй. За. Би болгоё. Тийм ээ.
Би амар миндүү. Барилгачин. Ти амар миндүү. Зүйтэй. Амар миндүү.
Амар миндүү. Зүйтэй. Тийм ээ.
Бидэн байна. Тийм ээ. Захир уур хачин. Бид амар миндүү. Барилгачин. Бидэн амар миндүү. Барилгачин.
Тийм ээ. Уурхач.
Тийм үү. Уур хачин. Амар миндүү. Мотчин.
Амар миндүү. Мотчин. Тийм
Амар
ээ.
миндүү.
Барилгачин.
Бидэн байна.
Уурхач.
Амар
Бидэн
миндүү.
байна.
Барилгачин.
Захир. Тийм үү. Барилгачин. Амар миндүү. Захир.
Амар миндүү.
Барилгачин.
Бидэн байна. Барилгачин.
Амар миндүү. Уурхач. Тийм байна. Амар миндүү. Барилгачин.
As a forward,
What up?
both will be winning strats now. I'm going to save the imp, just for sake of arguments here. I'm going to save the imp, but the wood is useless for imp, so let's stop with the wood. And let's spend that. Look how fast I'll spend 1,000 wood. This is what I want you guys to do as well. We don't need houses. These guys, they're on wood. I don't need wood, clearly. So I'm going to take them off, send them to the back, and I'm going to spam some farms like this. Hold down shift and just click like you're a toddler. It doesn't matter. Like you're a toddler painting. Just literally spam the farms. It doesn't matter how they look like. 1,000 wood's gone. Holy moly, I burnt that. It's like I gambled it away or something. It's gone. I gambled it away, but it's actually good. It's like not gambling.
You know what?
And this is good. I have my forecaster, which is obviously a huge tool. I shift to imp, spend my wood. So I'm going to easily click
No,
to
it's
imp,
not.
and I can use the market for help. There we go. Up to imp. I'm still keeping my resources low.
Age of Empires.
Keep making villagers. Get the farm thingy now. That makes sense.
It's on
And now,
PlayStation.
okay, I'm up to imp. Let's stop making villagers. And let's just stop making units in general, because we click at the imp. That's what a lot of people do. That doesn't make any sense. It didn't make sense that I said it, right? Let's continue making builds.
Just came out.
I can get 40 pop stronger. There's no reason to stop making builds at this point. In fact, let's go ahead and expand more. Now, 100 builds in here is getting kind of cramped, and I don't want to share with my brothers. I'm going to go ahead and move out, go out on my own, live in my own area, on the gold mine or the stone mine, and start expanding my base. And I've got so many resources now floating up. Let's decide what I want to do in the Pure Lich. Okay, it's the last pause of the video, I promise. I don't want this to be annoying either. Remember, from Dark Age to Pure Lich, you had an opening strat. From Pure Lich to Castle, you had to follow up. Now, from Castle Age to Pure Lich, this is the end game. This is how we want to decide how we end the game and what units we want to do based on the sim matchup, based on what's happened so far. What's happened so far, I've got a ton of knights. Alright, Portuguese, you can check if you're not sure. They have great cavalier, fully upgraded in fact, and they're cheaper. Makes sense, they also have great arbalest. They have only 3 crossbows, so I'm not interested in arbalest. My opponent's on skirms. We're gonna go for cavalier. My opponent also doesn't have halberdier tech because he's Aztec, so cavalier can be pretty devastating. Let's go cavalier. Okay, that's my gold unit. Now, I need a siege unit to kill buildings. I can just go for trebuchet, I can go for bomber cannons, but since I have a 4 castle, trebuchet makes sense. I can also, if needed, go for a trash unit, so if my opponent goes for pikes, I can go for skirms. 1 trash unit, 1 gold unit, and 1 siege unit is the rule of thumb for late game. This gives you a really good powerhouse unit with the gold unit, the siege to get that flexibility of breaking buildings, and the trash unit is there to save some gold and just act as like a support unit for the gold unit, which in this case would be cavalier, skirms if needed, and siege. Let's go for it. As always, I've already made my decision here on what I want to do. You can pick up this if you want to, by the way. Nothing wrong with it. You can also get outposts on the side. These are all just good habits to have. I want to showcase them. You don't have to do these, but they're nice. Every time I have outposts on the sides, I made a whole video about outposts. It's good. I committed to cavalier. Again, I'm not going to make a few cavalier and call it a day. I committed to cavalier. I'm going to get even more stables. Why not? Let's just get some more stables. You can use these villagers. Alright, I have only 7 stables. That's weak. Get more stables out as soon as I can afford them. Get the last upgrade on it. Why not? And hey, at this point, I've got a lot of villages being produced for TCs. I'm gonna shift queue at TC, put it right here, mining camp, forget about it. That gold, in about 2 minutes, we'll have 20 bills on it. We'll get back to it. And that's a really good tool or good trick to expand. And now I'm gonna look to end the game here. Alright, at this point, we're going to be going up to Pure Lich. As always, tax for military first, use the market if need be. There you go. Armor, attack, and we're going to finish the game with a trap. I have all my crossbows still left. I didn't have only 3, by the way. I had the 20 in my castle, my bad. But nonetheless, we committed to Cavalier anyways. We have Cavalier, you can get arbalest if you need to. You can get ballistics, chemistry, whatever you want. And finish the game with the Cavalier. 200 pop. I've dominated the game from start to finish. Look at the expansion that I have. I'm still making villagers. I have a really nice composition, and obviously the AI stands no chance. I've covered my bases at all stages of the game. So at all stages, if the AI went for an all-in push or something, I would have been ready because I knew what to do. And now obviously there's nothing more left to be done besides just finishing the game and destroying the AI. But still spend your resources, extra wood, more production buildings. Why not? Get the upgrades, get this. Get ballistics, sell stone if you need to, or I can make another castle, whatever you want. You can sell your stone, you can make another castle. Get all your upgrades so you can still get stronger. We want to get as strong as we possibly can. I have 4 idols. That's not efficient. Let's fix them. This is a perfect gameplay, basically. At this point, I have no idols, I have 200 pop, and I have the right comp. There's nothing your opponent can do. If you're playing like this every game, you're going to win every game. It's the only... Unless you meet someone who's also doing the same thing. That's the whole idea. And there you go. Shorefish near mine villager appeared all too sleepy. That was the reason he lost. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. But yeah, there you have it. Start to finish. Practical guide on what to do at all stages of the game. Look at... I'm 200 pop minute 35, basically. And I do this consistently every single game because I understand the fundamentals of it, and I hope this video will help you guys understand that too. Please like the video, guys. This took a lot of time and effort for me. I had to really think about what I want to talk about. So like the video, share it with people who need, who want to learn and want to improve. And obviously, feel free to come back and watch this video. You're not going to soak in everything one shot. Don't let this video get lost in the gutters of my YouTube channel. get this video with a high amount of views, come back and watch it later when you want the information again. This is literally all of my secrets all out there. It truthfully should have been a Patreon video, but there's nothing like it out there for YouTube, and I wanted this information to be available for everyone. So here it is, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. There's the uptimes with the perfect tutelage, a solid castle, and a solid imp. Considering I went all on castle, if I didn't, I would have around 30 minutes or 29 minutes in pure lich, or like a faster imp, Arbalest style. So as you can see, one game, one sim matchup, had like 10 options at all stages of the game of what I could do to still win the game. I chose only one path. In your games, you can choose a different path, but just make sure you're following the same principles, and you'll get a time lapse of all of this. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, subscribe. I'll see you guys next time. Peace.
New Swiffer Mop Deluxe. With the new locking head, getting into tight spaces is simple.
Want something special? Try Heath. It's English toffee.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another video. This video is a must-watch because sometimes in life, when you get knocked down, when you take a defeat, it's not the defeat that defines you. It's how you bounce back from it. And recently I suffered a massive defeat, probably the biggest one of my career. I lost a 1v7 against these 7 dwarves, or at least they have dwarf names. And I'm coming back in style, and this is the lore. I lost the game. I said it went as expected, LMAO. I actually was off my chair laughing. Lower my cam. And then they said, oh, be down to play, blah, blah, blah. I was angry as fuck. I broke in my monitor. I was like, you know what? Run it back right now. 200% handicap for me. Are you guys real men or not? And they said, yes, totally down. I said, let's do it. We're running it back. No need for new payments. It's revenge for me. It's the love of the game that's bringing us back together. Wrong scene. Boom. And that's where we're at. That's the lore. Back at it. I got 200% handicap. The same 7 dwarves. And I'm pissed. I'm angry. I got 200% handicap. And I swapped my stuff to Mongols. They're not picking. Some chatting here. If you guys want to pause and read it. It's personal between me and Dopey. He's ready for it though. He said, come get me, bro. And we're going to come get him. We got 500 pop. This is my population boost. I should go through the elos real quick. Grumpy 850, Dopey 1300, Doc 700, Goofy 800, Bashful 1000, Sneezy 1150, Sleepy 1000. Boom. Into it. 1v7, 200% handicap. Never done this before. Let me explain what handicap does for you guys. We basically have extra 200% of everything, except certain things. Okay, let me explain. We have double everything, except certain things. So we have double villager HP, we build twice as fast, I think we create twice as fast, our castles have, or our buildings have double the HP, we deal double the bonus damage, so yeah, we do a lot. So basically if I siege ram someone, I'm gonna destroy their base because I have extra bonus damage on my siege ram, which is what I'm gonna go for with Mongols. And what else? Yeah, I'm picking Mongols. I'm gonna go for a lot of Mangadai in theory. And I have 500 pops, so let's go. Okay, we're not producing twice as fast. No, we don't produce twice as fast. But we build and we gather resources and we build twice as fast. And I start with more resources. Bro, I'm fit a fast castle. We start with double resources. That's insane. What? Okay, that's the stakes. Hopefully I'll have my editor put up everything that handicap does on the side, so people can follow. And I'll also have my editor throw up what Mongols do for those who might be new and what the Civ does. Alright, and if you guys haven't watched part 1 of this, I recommend you check it out. It's somewhere on YouTube. Title will be similar, like 1v7 something, so check that out. But honestly, if you want to watch this first, it's completely fine because this one, like, the other video, like, it went as expected. I got clobbered. I got destroyed. I'm summoning for you guys. Dopey went forward ranges, so I'm mad at Dopey in particular. But the rest of them ganged up on me, so I'm kind of mad at everyone right now, okay? Alright, I'm gathering so fast. I gotta go back with this. Look at him. Oh, he holds double the food as well. So, yeah, we just hold double the food, or double the resources as well. So our villagers are superstars. Look at them, 50 HP superstars. Alright. They all have, of course, regular handicap, like 100%. So they're playing a normal game, I'm playing a sped up game. I'm playing turbo over here. Just the way it's meant to be done. Yeah, they have 7 friends. Me personally, I don't have any friends, but I have handicap. Alright? I have handicap. Now what's better? Having 7 friends, or having your villagers work twice as fast? Alright? It's a no-brainer for me.
Bildim ben.
It's a no-brainer.
Matçın.
We gotta learn some of these as well. Some Mongols. Food on hunt is obviously amazing. That 10 of those queued up is hilarious. I think I want to go FC Mangadai. Because if I drop down the castle, it has double HP, so like they can't do anything about it.
Timo.
Барилгачин. Амралиндүү.
Барилгачин.
Elimin sans.
Бэлэн байна. Бэлэн байна.
Би болгоё. Уурхач.
Амралиндүү. Би болгоё. Зүйтэй. За. Барилгачин. Амралиндүү.
Bildim ben.
Timo.
Захин. Матçın.
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин.
Bildim ben. Timo. Matçın.
Би болгоё.
За.
Амар тийм үү? Захир. Тийм ээ. Би
Ежийн сонс.
За.
Ежийн сонс. Тийм. Ежийн сонс. Ежийн сонс. Ежийн. Гүйцэтгэе. Идрэйхэн даш.
Барилгачин.
Ежийн сонс.
Бэлэн байна.
Тийм үү? Уурхачин.
Амар минь дүү. Тийм үү?
Тийм үү? Тийм
Амар
захир.
минь бэлэн байна.
Барилгачин. Барилгачин. Амар минь дүү. Уурхачин.
Амар минь дүү. Зүйтэй. Амар минь тийм ээ. Би босгоё. За. Зүйтэй. Тийм ээ.
Захир.
Тийм үү?
Би босгоё. Зүйтэй.
Амар минь байна. Би босгоё. Зүйтэй. Би босгоё. Тийм ээ. За. Тийм ээ. Би босгоё. Захир байна. Барилгачин. Амар минь дүү. Загасчин.
Тийм үү?
Тийм байна. Барилгачин.
下酸素一模下酸素
bị
زخر
chấm bạn.
барилгачин амар
захир
минь
барилгачин.
бэлэн байна. Барилгачин
이모下酸素T
티모
Ямар мэндүү?
Би болгоё.
Хиймүү.
Бэлэн байна. Ямар мэнд байна? За.
Хиймүү.
Бэлэн байна.
Гүйцэтгэе. Хиймүү.
Тийм үү? Амтан тижээгч.
Тийм үү? Амтан тижээгч.
Бидэн байна. Амтан тижээгч.
Амар мэндүү амтан тижээгч. Бэлэн байна. Амтан тижээгч.
Амар мэндүү.
Амар мэндүү.
Тийм байна. Мотчин. Тийм байна.
Бэлэн байна. Уур хачин. Тийм байна. Амтан тижээгч.
Амар
Тийм
мэндүү.
үү?
Барилгачин. бэлэн байна. Барилгачин. Захир.
Амар минь тийм үү?
Анчин. Бэлэн байна. Уур хачин. Амар минь дүү. Барилгачин.
Тийм үү? Уур хачин. Бэлэн байна. Анчин.
Тийм үү? Анчин.
Амар минь дүү. Барилгачин.
Захир. Уур хачин. Би тийм үү? Барилгачин. 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 Амар минь дүү. Бэлэн байна. Мотчин. Амар минь дүү. Мотчин. Тийм үү? Мотчин.
Тийм үү? Уур хачин. Амар минь дүү. Анчин.
Захир. Анчин. Амар минь дүү. Барилгачин. Барилгачин. Тийм үү? За. Бэлэн байна. Даачхан эрхлэгч. Амар минь дүү. Мотчин. Тийм үү? Амар минь дүү.
Тийм үү? Анчин. Захир. Анчин. Амар минь дүү.
Анчин. Амар минь дүү. Барилгачин.
أمر من دو بردقشن بردقشن أمر من دو أنشن تيمو أنشن elimin9 Zecher Oorgatje elimin9 Berdlichtje
تيمو برزخشن
أمر من تيمو Oorgatje Zecher elimin9 Oorgatje Berdlichtje Zecher Berdlichtje أمر من دو تيم Zecher Berdlichtje تيمو Oorgatje elimin9 Berdlichtje Berdlichtje
زخر برزخشن Уур хаачин. Амар минь дүү.
Уур хаачин.
Тийм үү? Мотчин. Амар минь дүү. Мотчин. Тийм үү?
Амар минь дүү. Захир тийм үү? Барилгачин.
Бэлэн байна.
Барилгачин.
Амар
Тийм
минь дүү.
үү? барилгачин. Тийм байна. Тийм ээ.
Joshua boy. What up, buddy?
барилгачин.
Hey, buddy.
What's happening?
Бэлэн байна. Амархан дүү.
What are you doing?
Good.
Just playing
Man, just waking up.
Age of Empire.
Бэлэн байна.
I got her win right now.
Play, man.
Solo.
I gotta-
Мотчин.
What? What'd you say?
Амрын дүү. Зүйтэй.
I was gonna say that I can't play it
Why?
because they want me to find that worm or something.
Барилгачин.
You just gotta make a profile. I could even just make a random email for you,
Амархан дүү.
and then you just give me that code that's on your screen. It's not gonna charge you or nothing.
Барилгачин.
Yeah, I mean, do you just make it? Give me all the email.
It could be any email. It doesn't have to be your PlayStation email.
Okay. Let me see if I can.
You just go to the Microsoft .com/link,
Бэлэн байна.
and
You take it.
you just put an email in, make a Microsoft. If you already have a Microsoft account, you don't have to do none of that. You just log in
Барилгачин.
and put the code in.
Тийм үү? Амрын дүү.
No. Guess I could put a fence here.
Барилгачин. Барилгачин. Захин байна уу? Би болгоё.
Бэлэн байна. Би болгоё. Тийм үү?
Тийм байна.
За за. Мотчин. Амрын дүү.
Мотчин. Амархан дүү. Bardak chung. It's actually mine.
They let Debonair play with me without doing it. We just gotta play offline, off crossplay. All it does is enable the crossplay. So you could turn it on with the Xbox lobbies. Basically is what it's doing.
Actually, I'm getting farther than I did.
Just let me know if you need help.
Yeah, it looks like it's good, but I'm eating dinner.
What? It's all loud because there's people chopping wood and shit.
Oh, I'm eating right now.
Oh, okay.
Бэлэн тийм ээ. Амар минь зүйтэй. Бэлэн байна.
Like this dude stuck behind a fucking tree. So it's like it just I gotta fucking like chop down the tree so he gets out.
Бэлэн байна. Тийм ээ. Тийм үү би болгоё. Бэлэн байна.
Барилгач.
أمر من
Timo.
ديمو
Berdikçim. Çekil başakırım du. Berdikçim. Berdikçim.
أمر من دو
Viviro. Oh, you're gonna be Greece, huh?
بردخشن
You sly devil.
بردخشن بردخشن بردخشن
Yeah, what? Jen, who's calling you?
بردخشن بردخشن
They're fucking me up that much already.
elimin9 بردخشن
Hey.
Yeah, they fucked me up right at the last second.
Захар. Зүйтэй. Бэлэн байна. Би болгоё.
أمر من دو ساعة
No.
Амар мэндүү. Зүйтэй.
захар
Тийм үү?
зүйтэй заата би болохоё бардахчин
lost. Damn, it smashed me. Wait, ready to go? Joshike.
Yeah.
You want me to make an email for you?
No, I gotta go and see.
Huh?
I'm learning how to play. It's like,
Huh? Did you do your Microsoft thing though?
I just needed to scroll down. That's all.
Oh. Do a screen share so I can watch it. What the heck? I didn't even do any of that. I just jumped in. You have to select him. X over him. Just hold it.
Features that might help you improve at the game. It can be anything from the most simple trick to a feature you maybe didn't know about, small detail about the civilization or technology, pretty much simple and advanced advice. No matter your skill level, I think you can pick up a thing or two and learn something about the game in these videos, so sit back and enjoy. If your villager is carrying any resource, you can drop it off by constructing an economic building. For example, if you carry gold, you can add it to your stockpile by finishing the construction of a mill. The same works for every resource with a mill, mining camp, lumber camp, town center, and even a farm. One of the most useful hotkeys is the idle villager keybind. Keeping your economy running is crucial, so make sure you have this as an efficient hotkey. You can create control groups by selecting a unit, holding control, and clicking a number. This will allow you to jump to and take control of your units without having to select them with your mouse. As you enter later stages of the games, natural gold will eventually run out, and you can therefore generate gold with trade cards from the market or trade cards from the dock. You have to send the unit to an ally market or allied dock. The longer the distance, the more gold is generated, and make sure to research Caravan for extra speed on the trade cart. There is never a right or wrong time to start trading, but I would generally recommend you to start trading early in Imperial Age. Economic upgrades are very important. Priority order of economy upgrades are in most cases wood, food, gold, and stone. Even the second wood upgrade is often done before any of the gold and stone upgrades, particularly in booming scenarios. Wheelbarrow and handcart are crucial technologies as well, but see the most significant boost in farming efficiency. You want to have a lot of farms running before it's worth investing into these. If you don't see a timer during the game on the top of the screen, hit F11 and it will show up. The in-game time is about 1.7 times faster than actual time. If you're playing a team game, you can add a star at the beginning of your message to make your message visible. With a hashtag, the message will only be seen by enemies, and a semicolon will only show it to your allies. If you have military units selected and hold Alt while right-clicking, you will ignore enemy buildings, and that makes it easier to target the unit you're after if it's hidden behind or close to a structure, or maybe on top of a farm. If you want to lure a deer, the same thing works regarding Gaia units. Holding Alt will make you not attack, making it easy to lure a deer with a military unit that would normally attack it on the right click. If herdable animals are killed by military units or buildings, they will give you 0 food. The killing blow has to be dealt by villagers in order to be able to collect any food. Upon advancing to the feudal age, a scout cavalry will receive 2 additional lines. 2 extra attack and also move faster.
Hey, I'm about to smoke some herb with
by 2 in the Castle Age and in the Imperial Age as well.
Oh, your friend.
Upon reaching the Castle Age, the training time of Eagle Scouts
reduces
from
I'll be right
60 to 35 seconds.
Alright,
They also gain plus 3 attack and bonus damage in forms of plus 2 attack versus cavalry and plus 1 attack versus camels and ships. Team bonuses also apply to yourself, meaning your team bonus can still be very helpful in 1v1 games. Your stabilization bonus also applies to the units that are available to you through a team bonus. For example, Imperial skirmishers will be cheaper for the Byzantines, and Malian's Condottiero will have extra pierce armor, and so on. The time it takes for a monk to convert a unit can be 5 to 14 in-game seconds without any resistance bonuses or techs. Some units, such as the Scout Cavalry and Eagle Warrior, have extra resistance to conversions, making them more likely to take longer, but there is still a small chance for a quick conversion. Monks are definitely RNG based. Monks have a short delay between when they start converting and when the conversion can first occur. However, they can still switch targets while converting without resetting this timer. In the monastery, you can find 2 techs that can help versus conversions. Faith increases the average time it takes to convert your units, and Heresy makes the converted units die instead of switching sides to the enemy. In a recent patch, the Sicilians' First Crusade technology also has started giving some conversion resistance, equaling to the Faith technology in the monastery. Monks can heal farms and fish traps. Yes. Villagers can steal enemy farms, and fishing ships can steal enemy fish traps. The food resets upon the completion of the steal, which is done by simply tasking a villager to the enemy farm or fishing ship to the enemy fish trap. Efficient hotkeys are very important to speed up the game. I pointed out the idle villager hotkey earlier, and you should try your best to make every hotkey as quick and efficient to click as possible. If you have the global queue activated and visible on your screen, you can cancel units or researchers by holding Control and left-clicking the icon in the global queue. Repairing a building requires half the original cost of the building to repair from 1 HP to full HP. Town centers, however, require twice their wood cost, amounting to 550 wood. Repairing a town center does not cost stone, but you need to have at least 1 stone in your stockpile to be able to repair the town center. In fact, the game shows rounded resources, meaning you could have 0.1 stone, C0, and still be able to repair. The organ gun is the only unique unit that requires redemption to be converted. Ballista elephants also count as siege, but do not require redemption. Aztecs, Incas, and Mayans can train ex-local warriors if they have a stable. The unit has the same stats as a knight, but one cannot research the blacksmith armor upgrades for cavalry. Mayans, however, do not have redemption, so the only way they can ever get a stable is by starting with it in, for example, Mega Random or a custom scenario. Infantry can garrison inside rams, and doing so increases the rams' speed and attack against buildings. Siege towers also move faster with infantry garrisons. Archers and villagers can also garrison inside of these, but do not increase the attack nor the movement speed. Upon building a market, you will get the vision of all your allies. In the past, there was a research called cartography, but you had to research 4 allied vision at the cost of 100 food and 100 gold. The war galley technology you can research in the castle age in the dock upgrades not just galleys, but also fire galleys and demolition rafts. Fire ships, demolition ships, cannon galleons, and unique unit ships are located on the second page of the dock. Click the arrow to view them and their upgrades. Khmer villagers can garrison inside their houses, and allied villagers can also garrison inside Khmer houses. However, compared to a town center, castle, or tower, you do not regenerate HP inside a house. That was 30 quick tips and tricks about Age of Empires 2. Hopefully you learned a thing or two that can be applicable to your own game. Make sure to like the video and maybe share it with a friend who could benefit from watching these, and there'll be more of them coming to you soon. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
A high-quality Japanese-style kitchen knife as a gift for less than 20 bucks. Holy shit, it's amazing. Seriously, this is a one-time thing, so don't be an idiot, guys. We have brought this deal back for the next 24 hours only. Our knives last forever, but the sale won't. We already got tons of badass customers who've jumped on this deal and enjoyed an upgrade in their cooking experience like never before. They love it so much. They are coming back to buy more as a gift for their loved ones. Our support team told us the demand is so crazy, we'll be out of stock soon. So catch this kick-ass 70% buy more, save more sale before you miss out. We heard our knives sell faster than tickets to a Garth Brooks comeback tour, so you have to be quick and act fast. Click the link below to redeem it. Not sure yet? Let me show you what Earl scored by ordering not 1, but 2 Matsudo knives. It's super sharp, versatile, and great for cooking indoors and outdoors. Material? Highest carbon steel, razor sharp. Durable, perfect balance, crafted by master artisans. This is the true spirit of samurai sword making in your hands. That's how you know it's a knife that will last you for years. It glides through anything like butter, and we mean anything, even bones with ease. 1 slash, and it's all done. Freaking badass. Some of our customers even called it too dangerous. Well, thank you. We freaking ice harden these bad boys. That's our magic trick. After they're forged, we blast them with temps below 3,000. It alters the steel's molecular structure, increasing sharpness and durability. That's why they can stay sharp for years. Basically, indestructible. Knife sharpening, that's for chumps. And oh, do you see this hole? You can finger it. Oops, I mean, it's for your finger. You can flip it around your finger and look like a damn chef ninja. You just have to see it in person to appreciate the craftsmanship. Video doesn't do justice. And we weren't stopping there. Since Earl saved so much money with this 70% add more, save more deal, he asked us to add the leather sheath for each knife too. Because why not look cool while also looking badass? Matsudo is not just a kitchen beast. It's an ultimate machete in the wild. Talk about flexing on that camping trip with the boys. Earl, your order is on its way as we speak. But guys, remember, the 70% buy more, save more is live now, and it won't be for long. You do not want to miss this one. Matsudo has over 8,000 5-star reviews and a lifetime warranty, plus a 30-day risk-free trial, so you have nothing to lose. Don't like them? Send them back. We'll gladly take them. Just don't be stupid. Grab more and save even more. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. La verdad sobre DIY es que no lo haces tú solo.
Porque este cuarto de música, con esto es más fácil. Fue hecho por nuestro compositor.
¿Y este paraíso gatuno?
Necesitan unos extras. Yo te lo corto.
¿En qué estás trabajando?
Now with Cox Internet and Mobile, the price of your plan won't go up for 3 years, guaranteed.
No matter how good you are at executing a build order, there will come a time in which this doesn't win you the game. If you're playing against an evenly matched opponent and both of you are making the same number of good plays, then eventually you'll find yourselves in the late game. Since not many games actually make it to the late game, you're likely lacking in experience for this situation. Of course, your opponent probably also lacks experience, so even if you don't know what you're doing, you can still sometimes win the game. Now, imagine if you did actually know what you were doing in the late game. You might be able to increase your chances of victory simply by not dying throughout the game. Normally, understanding what you should prioritize takes thousands of games. Luckily for you, I have played those thousands of games and have developed a pretty strong late game due to playing at least 1,000 games with Byzantines alone. Since there's a lot less structure in the late game, your priorities are much broader. You're not doing things like making your economy perfect for supporting 2-range archers anymore. Now, your focus is on securing resources and keeping your villager count high. You're not thinking, oh, I have 5 archery range producing arbalists and 1 castle producing trebs and 5 producing cows, so I need 33 on wood, 33 on gold, and 27 on food. No, it's more like, I see gold, I want. I send half of the villagers at a woodline to go take it. Your mental resources are much more limited in the late game, so prioritization is the key to being successful. If you focus on the wrong things, you will lose. The 10 tips that I'm presenting here are very common, and you will potentially need to think about all of them in a single game. So, let's get started. In early Imperial Age, you should have a plan for where your resources are being invested into. Oftentimes, you're not fully boomed yet, so keeping your villagers producing makes sense. The thing is, sometimes you need that food for technologies such as bracers, so it can be worth stopping villager production temporarily to afford these techs. The most important thing about going to Imp, and really any age, is to know exactly what you want to get in the next age. Are you going for trebs? Make sure to have 200 wood and 200 gold per castle when you're up. Are you going Arb? Save 600 food for bracer and chemistry. Are you going Halb? Make sure you have enough barracks to support good unit production and save 300 food and 600 gold for the upgrade. For Cavalier, same thing. Make sure to have enough stables and save enough resources to click Cavalier and plate barding armor as soon as you reach Imp. Getting these Imperial Age techs as soon as you can and then attacking as soon as they're in is the last big power spike of the game. If you miss the timing, you may be doomed to play Trash Wars for the next 2 hours. As a general rule, you want to be pushing with Imperial Age Siege in early Imperial Age, which leads us to the next tip. When deciding whether to get conscription or trebuchets, there are a few things to consider. First, let's talk about what exactly conscription does. It increases the work rate of barracks, archery ranges, stables, and castles by 33%. This means that these buildings train units and research technologies faster. The biggest cost for this tech is not the actual resources cost, but the amount of time it takes to research. It only costs 150 food and 150 gold, which is very little at this stage of the game. The fact that it takes 60 seconds to research is why you need to consider if it's worth getting before your initial trebuchets. Let's look at some situations where you'd want trebs and some where you'd want conscription. Many times you'll want both as soon as possible, but we'll need to choose one over the other. Trebuchets are a huge power spike versus an opponent in Castle Age, so it can be a good idea to make them right away if an enemy castle is near one of your castles in the case of a castle drop. Actually, going up to Imp fast for trebuchets by stopping villager production is one of the best ways to stop an enemy castle drop. If you're up to Imperial Age faster, then assembling your trebuchets faster will let you push without the opponent being able to stop it. If the opponent is pushing your castle with trebuchets and you don't have army to dive under his castle in the case that you went cavalry archers, making your own trebs to shoot down the opponent's trebs can be a good play, especially if you're Huns. Just make sure to repair your castle and trebs when they take damage. If you aren't in a position to push an opponent's castle right away, then going conscription first can help build up an army to push at a later time. There's no point in making trebs first if you can't protect them if you were to go for a push. Assemble your core military first and then go for trebs later. When you decide to move out, don't just go with one treb. Wait until you have 3 or 4 so your opponent won't have time to get into position to repair. This mainly applies when you're pushing enemy territory out of your own castle range. Building a forward castle to support your trebuchets can be very useful in this situation. Or you can save your stone to put a castle in the same spot as the enemy castle once you take it down. Some games, you don't even need to build trebs. If your plan is to go for rams or bombard cannons, then you can probably get conscription right away. Another case in which you might not need trebs right away is when you're making cavalier or champions. Those units can run under castle fire without taking too much damage, so sometimes you can use them to pick off enemy trebs and even take out an enemy castle. If you have 2 castles on Imp, then you can usually use the back castle for conscription and the forward castle for trebs. It can also be useful to build 1 treb in the back castle before getting conscription in it. By the time the 1 treb gets to the front line, you'll have 2 out of the forward castle, which can really help to push faster. In summary, if you're ready to push right away on Imp, get trebs. If you need units or don't need trebs, get conscription. You should always get conscription at some point, so even if you do go for trebs first, you should get conscription directly afterwards.
¿Sigues viviendo con olores? Regresa y refresca tu baño al instante con el nuevo Febreze Air Mist. El nuevo rocío más fino de Febreze se queda flotando más tiempo para combatir hasta los olores más fuertes. Adiós olores feos, solo la frescura increíble. Descubre las nuevas fragancias de Febreze hoy mismo.
Golf has always been so expensive. Tacomas, they're making these irons that are so good, half the price. When I hit Tacomas for the first time, wow, unbelievable. Performing the same, it feels the same as a very expensive iron. And that's huge for me.
Next on the list is finish your important unit upgrades before investing into another unit. Having 2 partially upgraded units often loses to 1 fully upgraded unit. For example, if you're going Cavalier and you see the opponent is going Arbalister, make sure to get Cavalier upgrade and at least plate Barding armor before investing into Skirmishers. Another example is if you want to start raiding with Hussar. Don't invest all of your food into them before you've finished at least their armor upgrades, bloodlines, and husbandry. If you're in Imperial Age, but you only have Castle Age upgrades for your units, you'll not be taking very cost-effective trades a lot of the time. Another thing to keep in mind when upgrading your units is that they almost all benefit from upgrades found in their production building. If you're going for infantry, double check that you have squires and arson. If you're going Arb or cavalry archers, thumb ring is extremely important. Cavalry archers also need Parthian tactics for extra pierce armor and bonus damage against spearmen. This one's pretty easy to forget as it's an Imperial Age tech. For cavalry, bloodlines and husbandry will almost always be researched in Castle Age, but it's still worth it to check. And finally, if your civ has a unique tech that benefits your such as Magyar's recurve bow for cavalry archers, you need to check the castle as well to make sure that you got it. This is kind of related as well. At some point, ideally after you've clicked Imp, double check that you have Bowsaw and Heavy Plow. A good time to get Handcart is on the way to Imp, so get that in one of your town centers that's not researching Imp. Also, select your mining camp to see if you have at least the first mining upgrades. Sometimes gold shaft mining is worth it at this point, but stone shaft mining is rarely worth it. On Imperial Age, you gain access to 2-man saw and crop rotation. 2-man saw can be worth it after you're done spending your food on unit upgrades, but crop rotation takes too long to pay off normally. If you think the game is going to last another 40 minutes, then yeah, crop rotation can be good, but usually you'd rather spend those resources elsewhere. I mentioned earlier that in Imp your priorities change. This is one of those changes. Throughout the game, you might find it worth it to raid with some of your military, even though those units will definitely get cleaned up. Villager kills earlier in the game are worth a lot more than later. Conversely, your gold units are worth a lot more later in the game when gold starts to dry up. Throwing 15 knights to kill 20 villagers in Castle Age can win the game for you, while throwing 15 cavalier to kill 20 villagers once Imperial Age is in is rarely a good idea. This isn't even just because gold is running out. A lot of the time, splitting your army in Imp means the enemy gets to defeat 2 half-size armies with their full army. Getting 20 villager kills barely hurts the opponent when they're full boomed, and those villagers will be replaced before you can replace your army. If you want to raid with gold units, it can be best to send just a few cavalier and split them well, or just a few arbalists to sit behind a wood line. Your focus at this stage should be assembling a big army that you can push the middle with. If your main force is only at half strength, then you'll probably lose it. On a related note, if you still have a good number of gold units when the opponent only has trash, do your best not to trade evenly cost-wise with the trash units. If you have cavalry archers or arbs, avoid fighting skirmishers without a meat shield in front. If you have cavaliers, keep them away from halbs, as you'll just waste them. If you have onagers, protect them from hussars with halberdiers. If the game gets to post-imp trash wars, you really need to keep your gold units alive. A few gold units peppered in makes very little difference, but if you can keep units alive and build up numbers using gold you gain from relics and the market, you can eventually go for another strong push that can't be stopped with trash units alone. The unit that excels the most in trash wars is the champion. It has enough pierce armor that skirmishers are not an effective counter to them, and its other stats allow it to shred through halberdiers and hussars. The most effective counters are arbalists, cav archers, hand cannons, and cavaliers, all of whom cost considerably more gold. For the ranged unit, they need to be fast as well, since one or two of them is not going to stop a bunch of champions. For cavalier, champions will trade decently in the late game, and it's usually easy enough to add in some halberdiers with your champions if the cavalier numbers get out of control. Adding your own skirms to deal with the ranged counters to champions is what you do a lot of the time, so really, this is why champions reign supreme in trash wars. They cost only a little gold, aren't countered by any of the 3 normal trash units, and can take down buildings so you don't need siege that's just gonna die to hussar or something. Any civ that has a unique infantry unit can usually substitute the champion for it, as they are most likely just like a champion with extra stats. Of course, you need castles to produce unique units, so you may be limited by this. If you want to win the trash war and your civ has good champions, it's wise to start investing into their upgrades just before gold runs out. You can still sustain unit production of champions with just a few relics, so as long as you get the upgrades out of the way, mixing in champions when you can will usually help in trash war situations.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic.
Try gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
This also leads into the next tip. Take relics if you haven't started by late castle age. If you can't win the game with your early imp push, there's a good chance the game will go on for a while. For this, you'll want to take relics, if only so your opponent doesn't get them. Each relic is equivalent to 1 villager with gold shaft mining. So, if you get all 5 relics, it's as if you have 5 villagers that don't take up population space working on a gold mine that never runs out. Sounds good and all, but what can you actually buy with this relic gold? 5 relics keep 2 barracks constantly producing champions even after conscription. After 80 seconds, you get 200 gold, which you can use to produce 1 trebuchet with. Just 1 relic gives you 30 gold per minute, which is enough to buy 200 wood or food per minute at bottomed out prices. If you're going for an economic approach to Castle Age, i.e. when you're 3 TC as opposed to 1 TC, taking relics as part of your strategy will often pay off. Once you have sufficient food income to support your 3 TCs, spending the next 175 wood on a monastery won't disrupt your economy at all. Food sufficiency for 3 town centers is 16 farmers with wheelbarrow or 18 farmers without. Securing the relics can be difficult if you don't have map control. If the enemy is attacking you, you should prioritize stopping this before taking relics. Since relics take a while to pay off, keeping your monks at home for healing and conversions can be better in this situation. Any resource not invested into pushing the opponent back increases the chance of you losing more in the long run as your opponent invests more into his army. Even 1 conversion can change the result of a battle, so sending just 1 monk to bring in relics is sometimes not worth the risk if you need to defend. After mid-castle age, when both players are thinking about imp, is when you should really consider taking relics if you haven't already. At this point, the relative investment of resources is not as much, and if one player doesn't lose an early imp, the game could go on for another hour or more. Some civilizations, such as Lithuanians, Aztecs, Burgundians, and Indians, have bonuses that they get from relics, so taking relics as soon as it makes sense to do so should be part of their game plan. If you're up against one of these civs, taking map control and watching over the relics is another thing you can keep in mind. Other civs that benefit a lot from having relics are civs that have a strong late game, but weaker early game, such as Byzantines and Portuguese. In addition to this, units with weak trash units such as Vikings and Franks should try to get relics so they can continue to add in gold units in post-imp. A key part of winning the late game is raiding, and a key part of losing the game is being raided. When you get raided, even if you do everything right, you have a castle in your economy, maybe some halberdiers running around, you still end up losing some villagers. After cleaning up a raid, you have to make sure to send your villagers back to work. It's at this point that you also need to replace lost villagers. While you still have gold, if you're going Cavalier, getting up to 130 villagers is about right to keep yourself near max population quickly after each fight. If you're going Arbalister, closer to 110 villagers is fine. If you drop below 100 villagers at any point in Imp, it's often worth it to add a few more town centers to help repopulate your villager count. Extra town centers on the map can help you save villagers against future raids, and the actual cost of the building isn't that much at this stage. The issue with losing villagers in the late game is that you won't be able to maintain your max population army as you're constantly fighting. Even just the fact that you need to invest some of your food into villagers can mean that you can't continue to spam trash. What you need is time in order to get your villager count back to a reasonable level. The question then becomes, how do I buy time until my villager count has recovered? There are 3 ways to buy time in this situation. The most obvious is to go raid the opponent so he also has to replace lost villagers. This will only work if you already have a raiding unit such as Hussar or Champion upgraded. You also aren't guaranteed to do damage, so throwing units could just make your situation worse. This knowledge can also be used from the other point of view. If you raided the enemy first, secure your base so you can secure your advantage. If raiding isn't an option, but you have speedy units such as Hussar or Cavalier, picking off enemy siege units can really stall a push. Without trebuchets or bombard cannons, it can be really difficult to push castles. This can at least buy enough time until the opponent has more siege on the field. The third option is to give up ground until you max out. If you let your opponent destroy all your buildings on the front, sometimes this gives you enough time to max out your population so you can push them back. If you're losing production buildings and houses, then you need to make sure to replace them further back in your base. The most important thing to do here is not lose army and set your rally points to the back of your base. You must patiently watch your front get destroyed while you max out. If you could max out on 100 military while your opponent has only 80 since their villager count is a healthier 120, there's a much better chance of you being able to push back. As you lose some of your military here, you should continue villager production back up to 110 to 120, as this will let you maintain max pop more easily while constantly fighting. As the player taking ground in this situation, you shouldn't get overconfident, as if the opponent hasn't resigned yet, they're probably preparing a maxed out army to push back. Securing hills and supporting your tribes with castles can help you keep your push alive if your opponent
Estamos atrapados por platos. Tranquilo, están usando el nuevo Dawn Power Suds. Atrapa, retiene y remueve el 99% de la grasa. Así no se pasa de un traste a otro.
Desordenados.
Como una fila de patos. El nuevo Dawn Power Suds.
Today you and tomorrow you aren't the same person. If you're tired of what today you is doing, get an accounting in the School of Business and get a whole new tomorrow in just 6 months. Enroll today at WGU.
This is a fact that's worth exploring further, though I've covered most of it in my Constructing Buildings Intelligently video. Castles can either be something that completely secures an area, or something that's a complete waste of resources. Let's start with the most obvious consideration for castle placement.
Back.
If the prices of the market aren't bottomed out, you may decide to sell before your opponent can.
Oh,
This can help a lot if you aren't able to secure enough gold in early imp to afford your initial maxed out army. The best time to sell all of your food and wood can be after you've maxed out and the prices are still decent. Even though you're not getting a great exchange rate by selling hundreds of food and wood for only 50 or less
What are you doing?
gold, since gold is about to become really
Still
scarce,
learning?
you can keep pumping gold units for just a little longer
Cassie,
than
it's
your
okay,
opponent,
go
so it can
ahead.
sometimes be just enough for you to snowball a victory. If you're still floating food and wood and you're not maxed out, chances are you're not spamming enough trash. You may need more production buildings, or maybe you forgot conscription. Another explanation is that you're never getting the Q units. If you're floating food and wood and you are sitting at max pop, you really need to be fighting the enemy so you can spend on more units. If you max out without
Should I
siege,
invite
it
you?
can be hard to push, so do your best to remember to add at least 3 trebs before maxing out. At some
We
point,
can go
setting a bunch of
co-op
stables
against
rally points
AI
into your
so you
opponent's
can learn.
economy, and just queuing 3 million Hussar is a viable way to spend through your food. You'll constantly be forcing your opponent's attention to his economy, so you can push the front with siege a lot easier. Sometimes your Hussar
Did
raids
you hear
can
me?
just kill the opponent as well if they aren't able to defend properly. Hussar raids should almost always be part of your late game plan
Too late.
if you're a
Join the
civ
game.
that has good
Luigi.
Floating food and wood is inevitable in some
1v1 on the random map. Make it random map, boy. Make it random map, boy.
4,000 wood, and then deleting down to around 80 or 90 villagers, which will give you a bit of an army advantage, which will hopefully allow you to push for a while against inferior numbers. If you do this strategy, it's important to replace your villagers when you start getting low on resources, otherwise you won't be able to maintain your massive army count. Getting closer, if you delete villagers, make sure to add extra town centers so you can replace them later. Having 5 or more town centers is just about right.
Swiffer Power Moth has hundreds of strips to scrub away city messes, even from grout lines.
My fucking shit's over my map. Can't see.
Motorcycle. The power to roam.
Let's think back a bit to that early to late imp transitional period. Let's say that you chose Magyars and played Knights in
Move it to
Castle
the
Age.
top.
On imp, it makes sense to upgrade those Knights into Cavalier and then continue making them as the core of your army. The rest of your gold goes into Cavalier. You're just about ready to attack when you see the opponent has halves. You know that if you go for an attack now, you'll just lose everything to halves. Luckily for you, you remember that Magyars have fully upgraded Arbalisters, so you start teching into those. This delays your push by a lot, but you figure it's worth it. Otherwise, you'll just lose everything anyways. So, you go to push out again, and this time you see your opponent has added in onagers with siege engineers. Well, you're maxed out now, so you decide that your army isn't getting any stronger, so you might as well go in and see what you can do. You clash armies and realize that your Arbalisters all died super easily to the onagers, and Cavalier melted to the halves before you could clean them up. After the fight, you think about what to do next. If Arb and Cavalier, which
Double
are supposedly
press?
the
I
ultimate
just been holding
composition,
it.
won't do the trick, then what will? You remember seeing a pro game where one of the players went Cav Archers and Hussar, and you realize that with Recurve Bow and Corvinian army, you have some of the best Cav Archers and Hussar in the game. So, you start building up your new and improved army of Magyar Hussar and Heavy Cavalry Archers. You get the Heavy Cavalry Archer upgrade, Recurve Bow, Corvinian army, and Elite Magyar Hussar, and then go to Q units. You have no trouble keeping your castles running since you have tons of food, but for some reason your archery ranges aren't working. You check your gold count and see that you've completely run out. Easy fix, you think to yourself, I'll just send more villagers to gold. You find some slackers in your base and select them. Then you check your main gold, depleted. You check your second gold, also depleted. You look around for your third gold, again depleted. The panic starts to settle in as you realize you've made a huge mistake. By not committing to an army composition early on, you've spent all of your available gold on upgrades that you can't even use. By this time, the opponent is pushing you hard, and the only unit that you can produce is the Magyar Hussar, which just dies to the enemy halberdiers. As the game continues, you start losing castles, and your production slows to a halt. At this point, you realize the game is lost and you tap out. In this scenario, you can see that by not committing to just one core gold unit, you won't be able to create enough of each unit to justify upgrading them. Good unit compositions tend to have one gold and one trash unit as the core of the army, with either rams or trebuchets and bombard cannons to push buildings. This ensures that you have enough gold to fully upgrade all of your units, and gives you enough gold left over to keep your core gold unit and siege pumping for a while. Usually one of your core units should be ranged and the other melee, for example cavalry archers and hussar, or arbalister and halb. Sometimes double melee compositions can work, such as paladin halberdier and champion halb, but double ranged compositions tend to die to cavalry, as they rely on that meat shield in front to soak up all the damage. Ranged units are also extremely bad at killing rams, so in some cases, bad trash is better than no trash. This is commonly seen in the case of Britons adding light cavalry with no bloodlines to keep the enemy from reaching their archers. In order to stay on track with your core gold unit in the late game, you must consider the civ matchup and think about what unit the opponent will likely go for so you can make the right decision for where to invest your resources. One more thing, Cavalier is the gold unit that will eat through your gold the fastest. Once the opponent has halberdiers, you need to have a unit to deal with them before making too many Cavalier. Once the game becomes trash wars, adding in a Cavalier here and there is a huge waste of gold. It's better to use your gold on other things like trebuchets or champions. This means that Cavalier often have a small window of usefulness after reaching Imp, so make sure to get your upgrades quickly so you can hit that timing attack as soon as possible. The final tip of this video is don't lose morale. Even if you're being pushed hard from the front, you can
Hold down up or left on the D-pad.
The late game is as much a battle of endurance as it is a battle of strategy and execution. If you stop recovering properly and your macro gets sloppy, then you'll definitely lose. If you keep trying until there's really no hope, then you'll at least have gained valuable late game experience, regardless of if you ended up winning. So, if you're getting pushed, fall back, take relics, keep the bill count up, in an expansion, max out, and push back. If it fails, then at least you did what you could before resigning. You should take every chance that you can get to gain experience in the late game, so even if you're winning, expand your economy outwards, take relics, add production buildings, max out before attacking, raid the enemy, secure areas with castles, and do whatever else we went over in this video. If you think the game is over and you stop trying, this gives the opponent time to come back. Don't show any mercy. Only stop when he's dead.
I think you have to select multiple guys.
Hopefully this video has given you thousands of hours worth of experience for playing the late game. Now, go out there and civ pick Byzantines, and I'll see you in the Imperial Age. Fuel your dog's best life every day with Nature's Recipe.
The fact that this Reese's ad showed up at this exact moment proves that your devices are listening. It also said, try caramel big cup.
As with any real-time strategy game, gaining experience and therefore knowledge in Age of Empires 2 is the key to improvement. Every win proves your competence, and every loss proves you have more to learn. The most valuable information is often only understood when experienced firsthand. You can discuss strategy and best practices all you want, but the game isn't
playing basketball
at your leisure. It's played in real time against a real opponent.
Basketball.
Just possessing knowledge may help you if you ever find yourself on an Age of Empires quiz show, but applying that knowledge is how you actually win games. It's easy to memorize unit counters. Anyone who's been playing the game for a while knows that skirmishers win against archers, but it's more difficult
Tabernator's about to get on and play with me.
Counter archers, and when this is actually not true.
And then it'll be all three of us.
Knowing when you need fletching or when you need armor, or maybe no upgrades at all, is not something that you can just read and then be able to make the right call in-game.
It's hard for you?
Incomplete information, even if you know to get fletching for skirmishers when fighting behind walls, and armor when fighting close up, you may still not know which to get because you might not have proper scouting of your opponent. If you don't know if you're up against 1 range or 2 range archers, then you might under or over invest into defense. Many questions related to strategy in this game can be
Rose.
answered with a simple "it depends," and it's up to you to figure out in which cases you should
Stop.
make which
I'm
decisions.
inside.
To answer these questions, you must be able to take into account as much relevant information as possible. This is where experience and not just knowledge is important. You need to know what information is actually relevant to a situation before you can take it into account. Since the game is so complex, you're unlikely to get an answer to a question involving strategy that includes every case. The simpler the question, the more complex the answer. The opposite is also true. If a question is asked that includes many variables, the answer can be more precise. To demonstrate this, I'll be answering 2 questions. The first question is well formulated and relevant to a specific situation. This is the kind of question you should ask if you want to learn from a loss. The second question is much simpler and requires the answer to be much more complex to be useful. The situation is the same for both. The civs are Teutons versus Britons, and the Teutons player wants to know what he could have done versus archers from Britons. A good question includes any information that is relevant to the situation. The timing, civs, how many ranges, upgrades, your own strategy, and the map are all things to consider. This question would be something like this. If I'm Teutons playing against the Britons, what should I do against a 2-range archer opening on Arabia? I had forward gold and no access to stones, so I just got taken off of gold and couldn't do anything. The answer to this could be, you can open scouts into skirmishers. The reason to go scouts is that the scouts can put pressure on the opponent and force walls. They can also pick off lower numbers of archers if they're separated. You can also track enemy army movement and unit numbers with them. Constant skirmisher production from one range should work against 2-range archers, provided you get 1-1 upgrades before taking a big fight. The range can come up after you have 9 on food in feudal age. If you wait too long, then you won't have enough numbers to deal with the archer mass. If you have something like 10 skirmishers or more, or your gold isn't safe, you can consider getting elite skirmisher upgrade while booming on 3TC in castle age. If your opponent adds knights to deal with your skirms, you can add some monks. If he goes for a forward siege with crossbows, you can add your own mangonels to deal with them. Even this answer doesn't cover every relevant situation that could occur in this game, so with this knowledge in mind, playing another Teutons versus Britons 2-range archers game and losing will give you more specific questions to ask. You might try elite skirmishers, and the opponent just counters you with his own elite skirmishers, using the Britons' faster working ranges to get more units out. Then, if you ask about this situation but focus on what to do if Britons matches your skirmishers, maybe you'll get answers saying to switch to knights or add more mangonels. At this point, both units will deal with the skirmishers, but could be used in different situations. Since knights cost a lot to tech into, you can only get them if you scout that the opponent is going skirmishers early enough. If you're being attacked by 20 skirmishers and you don't have any knights yet, you might be better off going for mangonels because they're cheaper and they require no upgrades. Again, this advice can't account for everything that is going on in real time. The advice might change completely based on the state of the game at 14 minutes versus at 15 minutes. Since this was a well-formulated question, a useful answer was given. The second question is less detailed, which requires a very complex answer. How do I play against Britons as Teutons? If you ask a question like this, there are 2 valid answers. One is a wall of text that takes 10 minutes to read and an hour to write. The other is, it depends, because nobody has time for that. Asking questions that are too general do not provide as relevant answers. This previous example was a good way to learn from a game after a loss. You should think of a detailed question and then try to answer it yourself first. If you come to your own conclusions, you'll be more likely to recall them when needed. If you rely on others to do the deep thinking and only care about the result, you will only know what's good, but not why it's good.
Need better internet than 5G? Your search is over. Get Cox Internet for just $50 a month, with equipment included. It has faster, more reliable speed than 5G home internet. Switch today. Choose to lean into it. Every Mazda is engineered to give you effortless control.
I'll wake up.
let's go back to feudal age and talk a bit about how archers interact with skirmishers. It's not as simple as skirmishers beat archers. There are many situations where you will want to fight skirmishers with your archers. Archers have 4 base attack, and skirmishers have 3 base pierce armor. This means that archers do 1 damage per hit against skirmishers when both units have no upgrades. The 2 upgrades that you can get in feudal age for both of these units are fletching and hatted archer armor. Fletching increases range and attack of archers, skirmishers, and watchtowers by 1, and just attack for town centers. Hatted archer armor increases melee and pierce by 1 for archers and skirmishers. Ranged units are usually thought of as a backline unit that shouldn't really be getting attacked by the enemy much, so attack and range is usually prioritized over armor. A tanky unit that sits in the back out of danger in fights doesn't make a lot of sense. Getting fletching for archers first is therefore a no-brainer. Since you're also looking for villager pickoffs, increasing your range and damage also helps there. Against skirmishers specifically, fletching doubles your damage output from 1 to 2. The extra range also helps you to hit and run without taking damage much more easily. Of course, this is all assuming that the skirmishers have no upgrades. The decision of which upgrade to prioritize as the skirmisher player is a bit more complex. A lot of the time you'll want to get both upgrades for skirmishers. That has the side effect of delaying your castle age time by a lot. Getting upgrades for only a small number of units is also not ideal, as you may have been better off with more units and less upgrades. This is where reading the game to decide which upgrade to go for and how many units to make is important. Since archers will always have fletching, by default we should consider getting armor as reducing the archer's damage output by half. This effectively makes 3 skirmishers feel like 6 when looking at their ability to tank damage. Skirmishers mainly rely on their +3 bonus damage against archers, so missing out on 1 extra attack is not that bad. The lack of range can be compensated by considerably more ability, so it's somewhat devalued in this specific instance. Pure archers versus your skirms is fairly common, but not the only thing. Arms before adding archers, so you may have to fight these with the skirmishers as well. Men-at-arms have 1 pierce armor, and skirmishers do 2 base damage, which means they do 1 damage per hit. With fletching, however, your skirmishers start doing 2 damage. Since skirmishers are also faster than men-at-arms, you should never be taking damage from them, so armor is just not as important here. As you can see, the upgrade that you get depends on how you're going to be using your skirmishers. If you're using them as a backline against men-at-arms or archers behind walls, then fletching is better. If you're using them as a frontline against pure archers, researching hatted archer armor and trying to get close to the archers can be effective. But wait, there's more. If both players are going pure skirmisher, armor actually does nothing.
Use your phone?
Since bonus damage is applied after
Double
damage! Gotta go do Uber! Regardless of if armor is researched or not. Or a faster castle age time is better than picking up armor. Technically, armor is better when you're skirmisher versus scouts, since scouts have 2 base pierce armor, which keeps fletching doing 1 damage. But you probably should invest your resources into spearmen, archers, or your own scouts instead.
Take off your pants, Quinn, unless you'd rather watch us with your girlfriend. I stood there naked, facing my worst bullies as they got ready to go rough on my girlfriend. I followed this ritual for years. They make me clean filth.
All that, and we've only just barely covered going skirmishers versus archers. With the decision of which upgrades to get taken care of, we also need to learn how to actually control the units. If both players went fletching, the archers player can potentially pick off individual skirmishers with focus fire micro pretty fast. Since skirmishers have to stand still for longer before they fire, they're much easier to hit compared to archers. Archers have a much shorter time where they have to stand still before firing, so they can be moving and therefore dodging for longer. It becomes more difficult to dodge projectiles at closer range, so with this in mind, the skirmishers should try to get close to the archers before firing so they don't miss. Of course, this also makes the archers not miss any shots, but skirmishers can rely on their bonus damage and armor to win the fight. Another reason why missing shots with skirmishers is so bad is their fire rate. They only attack twice for every 3 times an archer does, meaning that each missed shot is greater damage per second lost for skirmishers compared to archers. The slower fire rate of skirmishers also means that it's easier to out-micro them at max range. You just wait until they fire, dodge the volley, and then shoot them. This advice I'm about to give can be applied to many different engagements. If you have an advantage in a fight, you'll want to get closer to the enemy to prevent them from retreating and reduce the number of your own missed shots. Preferably, you notice that you're winning the fight before your opponent start moving forward before your opponent starts retreating. This will let you pick off more retreating units, which will give you an even greater advantage. On the other hand, if you're losing a fight, try to fall back while kiting the enemy at max range. You'll be dodging projectiles and your opponent will be walking into them. This can sometimes swing the fight back in your favor, especially if you have reinforcements come in. The reason this is all relevant here is that the fight between archers and skirmishers can be decided after the first few volleys sometimes. Losing just one unit on either side can be enough to snowball a victory. In an even fight, if you dodge the first attack and one-shot an enemy, you can think of being a little bit more aggressive with your units, aka getting closer to secure the fight. If you know your army strength is less than your opponent's, retreating and regrouping with reinforcements is better than fighting a losing battle. Since archers and skirmishers are very different units, reading a fight is not as simple as counting the units and whoever has more wins. You have to account for army size, upgrades, and positioning. The first thing you have to do, especially as the archers player, is check the skirmishers' upgrades. If you see fletching only, you can sometimes take a good fight if you have a small numbers advantage. If you see armor, then unless you outnumber something like 3-1, you should probably just run. Sometimes you'll want to take what might be considered a bad fight if it helps in some other way. For example, if you fight 5 armored skirmishers with 12 archers and lose 8 of your archers but kill the 5 skirmishers, you may now be able to kill a few villagers, which makes it worth it. Taking risky fights like this can sometimes be good, but often you'll want to just run from bad fights until you have more units or better technology. As the skirmisher player against archers, getting early armor gives such an army strength boost that it can often catch the opponent off guard if they're not paying attention. If the archers are camping a hill, just a few skirmishers with armor can approach the hill and kill everything. The key is to get as close to the archers as possible so they can't dodge. If done correctly, you can chase down fleeing archers for quite some time. Hit and run micro is necessary for this to be effective. It's not enough to just take the hill, you have to pursue the enemy and finish them off. If you kill 4 archers for free, that's 280 resources lost for the opponent. If we assume both players' math load is equivalent, this means you are ahead by 280 resources. Investing these resources properly can allow you to get even more ahead. In Feudal Age, there are 3 things that you can invest into at this point: more army, more upgrades, or Castle Age. If your opponent could take damage from aggression, in the case that he's playing with no walls or has 4 resources, investing more into army and military upgrades can increase your lead. Since your opponent just lost his army, he either has to make a lot more archers, do a big tech switch to scouts, or make a tower to protect a key area. Either way, his Castle Age will be delayed, or his options will be more limited once reaching there. If he continues to make archers, you can deal with
We could go 2v2.
skirmishers, then once he's up to Castle Age, half his army will be unupgraded. If he techs to scouts, his Castle Age
I'll show you.
will be greatly delayed, so you can try to defend and get up faster, or maybe just start adding your own archers, which will deal with them when behind walls. If he towers a key area, you can either attack somewhere else or fall back, since he's likely up to Castle Age. Since the tower costs 125 stone, so likely you'll go for a 1 TC push, which you can prepare for. We could continue going through the nearly infinite if-else statements here, but as I said earlier, it's better if you do the deep thinking yourself so you truly understand why you're making these decisions. Back to what to do with that 280 resource advantage. If you think about it, if you gain a small advantage like this, you can basically get an economic tech for free, which will eventually pay for itself and more. Spending 175 resources on a mining tech or 150 on horse collar can be what you win.
One match!
This kind of thinking is essential to knowing the level of greed you can have in a game. If you force your opponent to lose resources, it's likely
I might check him in the one match.
that might not pay off right away.
MG? Honey, right? Love those quick clacking heels. Honey, I gotta use. What's really on her? Can you tell me about this woman, Mia Novotny? She got stabbed and stuffed in the car, I guess. Only when we submit to the will of God do we serve him. Hector, not in the sacristy. French, zero not happy. Who's not happy? Girl, it's you. I ain't seen you in a minute. Being the bottle. Are you aware of any trouble she was in? Want to show you money? She was afraid of confronting the cops for little baby. Cops said it was nasty. No, that was from a church in town. She never wore that in the house. You neither. Why is a private investigator looking into a traffic fatality? What can you tell me about? Do you drink? Heavily, it's a point of pride. Should you and I discuss this over a drink? Tuesdays I dry out. Today's Wednesday. Today is Tuesday.
Lost. Hey, join me. I'll teach you how to play. You don't need to do the tutorial. It's not that many buttons.
This is God's punishment.
It's all the buttons, but I'll teach you how to do everything. Or we could fight one-on-one. I don't think we can. Or we could go play against the computers in the story mode.
A great example of this is if you're going full skirmisher and the opponent adds just a couple of knights with +1 armor to go with your skirms. If the opponent doesn't realize that this is actually a horrible plan and sends the knights in to die without accomplishing anything, you're now very far ahead. Your opponent invested 175 wood into the stable, 150 food, 100 gold into bloodlines, 150 food into +1 armor, and 120 food, 150 gold into the 2 knights for a total of 845 resources wasted. You now invest 275 wood, 100 stone into a new TC, buy 6
The
villagers for 300
smoky.
food, and seed 3 farms for 855 resources. During the time that the 6 villagers are being created, they'll be chopping wood, so we can just say that by the time they're created, you can have a town center with 6 farmers. This is the correct number of farmers to keep this town center constantly producing villagers, so just by your opponent making that one bad call, he gave you enough advantage to gain an additional TC that can sustain itself forever.
Rex?
This turns your 855 resource advantage into a much, much greater one. Again, back to what can be done with the advantage gained from killing those 4 archers early. The final thing you can do is go up to castle age faster. If your opponent now has less army, then you can stop your own army production for a while and invest your wood into earlier farms, which will give you the 800 food you need to click up earlier. As long as you don't throw your army, then you can maintain your lead. This isn't completely true, though. The skirmishers that you build in feudal age can sometimes feel like dead weight once you reach castle age. This is because your army's value depreciates over time. If you don't continue to invest into more units and upgrades, your earlier units become relatively worse as the game goes on. If you don't plan on going for elite skirmisher right away in castle,
It's peanut butter jelly time.
skirmishers needs to be a short-term plan. This means that you'll want to invest as little as possible into them for them to do their job. If you only need 5 skirmishers to push back the enemy archers, then you can stop at 5. Knowing how much army you need to produce comes with experience, and scouting what the opponent is doing helps you make that decision. Distinguishing archers from 2 ranges would be good.
Sorry for coughing.
2 seconds compared to 35 seconds of archers, and they're also a hard counter unit, so 1 range against 2 ranges is good. If you invest too much into skirmishers, it can delay your castle age and leave you susceptible to Siege Edition or Night Switch. You also can't apply as much pressure to the opponent if you open with full skirmisher a lot of the time, so it leads you to play more defensively while expanding your economy. Back to my original point, if you kill archers with skirmishers but then can't do anything else with them because you don't invest into their upgrades, it can be almost like they don't exist anymore. I'm not saying that if you go for feudal skirmishers that you should always invest into their castle age upgrades, but ahead if you get a few archer kills early but can't do anything else with your skirmishers. If you kill 280 resources worth of archers, but invested 700 resources into basically dead weight once castle age arrives, then you are the one who's behind. Even basically useless units can serve a few purposes, though. You can send them out on the map to reveal where the enemy is moving. This is pretty much the function of an outpost. If you have 6 skirmishers, it's like you have 6 scouts. Send a few to the sides of your base and a few to scout your opponent's walls. A lot of the time you'll gain some useful information. Another useful purpose for leftover units is to delete them when you get housed. It can be like exchanging these units for 3 villagers sometimes.
I hit the Tacoma clubs and I was like, I am hitting these purer than my titles. Or cheating. Sometimes I'll do a weird swing and they end up going nice, high, low draw, and I'm like, I like this. This is nice.
They perform great. They're in the right trajectory that I'm looking for. And they just look nice to like look down at. Not exaggerating. That's the best iron performance I've had in a lot of years playing.
They performed well. Like I put them up against my irons and hit, I mean, hundreds if not thousands of balls a day.
What are you saying? You gotta speak up a little bit.
Sorry, the plane's going out.
It's peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat.
¿Tienes mejor internet que 5G? No busques más. Obtén Cox Internet por $50 al mes.
What you know about it?
Incluido y velocidades más rápidas y confiables que Internet 5G residencial. Cámbiate hoy.
As the archers player, you can use this knowledge as well. If your opponent is heavily invested into skirmishers, you can easily counter this with mangonels. If you continue to make crossbowmen, then you can just add mangonels if the enemy skirmisher numbers get out of control. If your opponent only adds a few skirmishers, then you can just fight them with your crossbowmen. Even if the opponent attacks you, if he only has skirmishers and you're walled properly, or have a defensive siege workshop, you won't take too much damage. If you don't plan on attacking, and you see the opponent has elite skirmisher upgrade, just greedily booming at home with a defensive siege workshop can be the best idea. Since elite skirmisher upgrade is 360 resources, and the crossbowman upgrade is 200 resources, just the fact that your opponent actually invested into castle age upgrades means you're ahead. If you see your opponent has bodkin arrow and leather archer armor as well, you know you're good to just sit at home and boom. After you've read the current state of the game, you can make better decisions about what to do. If your opponent is making a hard counter unit such as elite skirmisher or pikeman, you can continue to make your gold unit if you add in your own counter unit such as mangonels or crossbowmen. If your opponent can't leave his base because you have map control, a lot of the time you can expand your economy while keeping the pressure on. For example, adding a forward siege shop against an enemy that is going elite skirmishers versus your crossbowmen can force defensive siege, which delays the opponent's boom even more. Even if you can't push in, just forcing the opponent to invest into defense is already damage dealt, on top of their more expensive upgrades. There are so many ways that a game can play out, but if you can think of in terms of resources spent and resources lost, you can better predict your position in the game in comparison to your opponent. I'll emphasize this point one more time. Resources spent into military depreciate over time. If you invest into 10 knights but keep them doing nothing at home, you haven't effectively spent your resources. You would have been better off spending on economy earlier to get a larger army later. Of course, if you just make villagers with no army, then you might just die to an enemy attack. Reading the game to predict the appropriate level of greed will help you to gain advantages.
No.
If you expect an attack from the opponent but he never comes, the moment you stop army production can be the best time for you to attack. If you make 10 knights and your opponent invested those resources into economy and then started producing knights, you have a small window of opportunity to do damage while your opponent is behind in military. Since he invested into economy first, he will be ahead if you don't do damage. Try to reduce the guesswork in your play. Anytime you're making a wild guess about what your opponent is doing, try to confirm that guess with scouting. If you see that your enemy has multiple town centers, not many upgrades, or a small army count, you know he's probably not going to effectively attack you right away. In this case, you need to go for a big attack yourself if you're in a position to do so, or boom hard on 3 town centers to at least match the economy of your opponent. Anyways, I hope this was informative. I'll leave some of the other strategies that you might face up to you to think about. If you come to your own conclusions, you're more likely to remember them anyways. If you have any questions related to strategy or anything AoE related, join the Discord. We have discussions about various questions pretty much constantly. Okie dokie. See you in the next one.
Ir de compras con tus padres puede ser vergonzoso.
Porque venden jeans rotos.
Mami.
Esta chaqueta es la onda, brother.
Gracias a la Chase Mobile App, tu hijo va de compras y tú revisas sus gastos. Para que puedas ir de esto
Vamos de gemelas.
a esto.
¿Qué tal tus compras? Vi que no te saliste del presupuesto.
Gracias, ma.
Tu libertad, tus reglas. Eso es la banca familiar de Chase.
La aplicación Chase Móvil está disponible para algunos dispositivos móviles. Se pueden aplicar cargos por mensajes y datos. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. miembro de FDIC.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another video. Today we're reviewing another rec review for one of my Patreon members, J10 the 7th. He's currently around 1430 elo and I'm playing against another guy around 1430 as well. And the matchup is going to be Saracens versus Franks. As always with these rec reviews, we're going to 2x speed at the early game, at least the Dark Age, just because I can still see what's going wrong at 2x speed and we can save us a little bit of time. Since this rec review, he actually managed to get to 1500, so the progress has been excellent. I think this is the 3rd player on my Patreon Discord that reaches 1500 within like a month. It's a ridiculous progress, super proud of them, and yeah, good job on that, J10 the 7th. But anyways, for this rec review, he sent it to me about a week ago, maybe 10 days ago. So we're going to take a look and see what went wrong, what could have been better. And also talk about what he did right, because when I do these rec reviews, I want to also see what he did right, so you can continue doing that and even build on that. And I'm sure this is going to be useful to a lot of you guys watching as well. This is why I like to do these rec reviews on YouTube. So not just the person I'm reviewing can benefit, but also the people watching on YouTube, especially the guys around 1400, or the guys that aspire to be 1400. I feel like 1400 is the elo range where you start to do, pretty good, Dark Ages in early games, and you start to be a pretty solid player. As you can see here, we spot now just the first mistake here. Everything else has been perfect. Scouting is solid, learning gear is good. The first mistake is making a house a little too close to the berries, but it's a very small mistake. And you know what? If he makes his mill on this side, it's fine. If he makes it here, then it's a bit too tight. But if he makes it here, it's fine. Either way, I think 1 or 2 tiles forward would be better to set the walls. Also in the Dark Age, it's really important when he's playing, he needs to start thinking about the walls he's gonna set up. And his map is really not the best. So like if you can see, gold is off to the side. Back stone is nice, back wood is nice, secondary gold at the back is nice, but then again, front is wide open, super open. He does his mill at the back, so that's good. So the house is completely fine after all. Yeah, the front is very open, and yeah, like the berries are going to be hard to defend. So that's why I think the first 2 houses should be here to defend those berries and help us protect them a bit more. We'll continue on the Dark Age here a little bit, as he's just going to learn more deer. It's also a good time to think about the matchup with Saracens versus Franks. In this matchup, for me, it's an absolute no-brainer. I will open archers and 2 spearmen to defend against Frank scouts. And then I'm going to switch to camels in Castlage and play the crossbow camel composition. For me, it's an absolute no-brainer. The reason why you have to do this strat against strong cavalry civs if you're Saracens is because it's the safest route to camels. If you go scout into camels, Franks have a better scout rush. And they, you risk falling into like Franks going scouts on a lot of spears forward, and then going knights and pikes. And knights and pikes are really hard to deal with as a camel civ. It forces you to switch to expo like later on, which is a bit awkward. So I would open archers, but let's see what J10 the 7th has in mind. So for tutelage now, we can slow it down. One thing I don't like is that you didn't send more ghosts to it. Oh no, you did. You have 7. So like all stuff on 1 tile. It looks like 5, 7 ghosts. Okay, 7 ghosts is fine. 1 lumber camp.
Are you there, Josh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listening
So far,
to
so good, honestly. So far, so good. Time is
what's
okay.
going on
7
in
seconds is not the end of the world.
Play. It's 8:05. If we play till 10, 9:30, 10, then I'll play basketball with you until midnight. We don't have to play humans. We can play CPUs.
Let me try to just finish this game here. The 7.5 minutes left in this quarter. I have a fourth quarter.
7 minutes?
Yeah.
How long is that? Like 10 minutes?
More like 20.
Alright, I'm gonna play another match then. I could just, on this game, you could just resign. You just quit. And it doesn't give you a penalty or nothing like that.
Yeah.
Because you quit.
You just quit?
Yeah, you quit.
You quit.
They should do that on basketball.
Yeah.
Or there's another game, I think it's Apex. Yeah, it's Apex, and I think Destiny multiplayer is like that, where you fight each other. If somebody quits, no, in Destiny, if somebody quits in the ranked or whatever, it like kicks you out of the match, I think. Or you just go 4v4, 4v5 or whatever. But on Apex, if someone leaves or gets kicked, like on a ranked match, it doesn't count for you.
I hated when they had when you overcall for the ball or whatever.
Oh yeah, and you get like you fell out.
Get you for that. Yeah, just for calling for the ball. But like, I think they fix it. I think they do that.
So if you were a big guy and you weren't a shooter and no one wanted to pass it to you, but you kept pushing pass, you like grayed out or whatever. 20 minutes? How long do you have now?
Yeah,
5?
20.
How much time is left?
5.5 minutes.
2 minutes have passed.
But I just got fouled.
It's probably like 10. Oh, I'm gonna get in a match anyway. If you're ready, I'll just leave.
Okay.
It don't matter.
Wise thing to do. Wise thing to do.
Do you want to play CPUs or humans? It's taking forever to find a match. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ready or not, here we go. I thought I was gonna find a match. It took forever. How to get out? We'll go ranked. How about that? How much time you got now? Like 4?
Yeah.
3?
4.
I don't know the password. How'd they do a 7v7? Oh, it's probably 1v1v1. Oh, it's AI. I like it because you could go look up the lobbies. They should make basketball like that, like East Coast lobby or West Coast lobby or LA courts.
The general.
You ready?
You can't get it to.
How about that?
How about that?
Simitar está. Simitar está, boy. Oh.
Whoa. Your lips are next to mine, the land forever.
No! Oh! Ah! Get in there. Come on. Woo! Ooh. God. I think I did it. I think I did it. Are you ready? Oh my God. No, I didn't. I didn't do that. Put my rap hat back on, homie. My rap hat. My rap hand, homie.
Rap shit on.
That's my hand. That's my hand. I got injured. But I can still play. It just hurts. It's mad. It's over. I can tell.
It's over. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. 38-30.
Ooh, silly pants. Oh, he missed.
Wow! Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there.
I got 6 minutes left.
6 minutes? He said it was the fourth quarter.
It's fourth now. It just got to the fourth.
That was the third? Damn, he said it was the fourth quarter.
Nah.
You did. Fell out. Oh. Okay. I got you right there. I see you. I see you. That's what we're doing there.
Feeling pretty good about man.
Yeah, man. Alright. There's that. Alright. You see that? You don't need this one.
Oh man, I just see. I like my interior force, man. He got 85 layups, so he makes majority of his layups.
Does it?
Oh.
Hey. That was just Alright. I'm ready to go. Are you ready to go?
No, I got 4 minutes.
Dynamite. What up, buddy? How you doing today?
Hello?
How you doing today, buddy?
Hey! How's it been?
That's good.
I just got, how do you say, got home myself. What about you guys?
Oh, you know, just sneaking up the place. Playing video games.
Stinking it up?
Yes, my stinky armpits. I haven't washed in 4 days. Right?
I guess sometimes you're right. You just gotta wash it.
Yeah.
Toy? Like a tiger? Tight. Ooh. Ah! How much time you got left?
2.5 minutes.
Is it?
2.5. Please.
You. Alright.
Ooh.
See what it tastes like then, boys. How long? 2 minutes? 2 minutes. Do you have have you ever played Age of Empire? Dynamite? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Bada bing, bada boom. I made like my own cast. Kind of. Ooh, I feel it moving around. Pull this one. How long, Joshua Bourne?
1 minute and 10 seconds.
My name is Maurice, by the way.
Maurice.
Yes, sir. I'm waiting for you.
Yes.
How long do you have left?
23 seconds.
Are you winning? Are you done? Who are you gonna be, Grease? Or do you want to play You want to play multiplayer or do you want to play against AI? If you game share with Dynamite, then he could play too.
I already have, but we couldn't get it to work.
It like asks you when you download it. You want to share play it. Me and Debonair did it.
Yeah.
Both PS5s. It worked. Didn't have to do anything special.
Oh.
But I'm here. If you're gonna join me or not, let me know. I'll jump in a match. It's up to you. Home slice. Home slice. Ah, oh, come on. Alright. Who are you gonna be? I forgot. Let me guess. You're gonna be...
I'm done with my game. Make it go outside though. Yo, what's up?
Hello, cats.
Are you gonna be, fuck, I don't see him on here. No Greek. It depends who you wanna, like they have Persians, Italians, let me see. Ethiopians are right across the water. Who'd you say? Forgot. Greek. Byzantine?
Don't hit the B square.
I don't think they have them on there. Shade up. They have Tartars and Romans. But they don't have straight up Greek.
Oh, yeah. I don't like that either. That's pretty good for me.
On Civilization they do. There's a Berber. They were around then, you know. Same area. I think. I think we should go off of their perks anyways. Bohemian. What do you want to... Since you're new... You're gonna have to build houses unless you go Hun. I think you should go Hun. And you should main Hun until you get used to the game. How about that?
Oh, dude, I ran out of PS Plus.
No way. Demonair's on! No, he's not.
Dang, let me see what I can do.
Game share.
Like, I have another bill to pay.
Game share with Josh.
Whoa. That's not PlayStation Plus Extra though.
Oh.
Extra is like 136.
Big bang.
Are we doing multiplayer?
I'm inviting you.
You invited me right there?
Ah! I fucking went back. Let's play multiplayer. You gotta learn how to. We can play against the AI right now.
You want me to join that invite still?
See if it works, cause I went back on accident.
Oh. Well, I backed out.
Alright, I'm inviting you again.
Okay.
I had to reveal the lobby. I'll show you how to play. I won right now. 1-on-1. Legitimate win, boy. I sent you an invite. NVK. NVK. Alright. So, you know how there's like 3 squares? Basically. If you go over to your name, there's a square underneath your rectangle. Underneath your name, you can pick who you want to be. Ah! I'm only gonna pick 2v2. If you want to look at the characters, let me know. I think you should be Hun, because you don't have to build houses.
Oh.
Yeah. Did you look at the characters? No. I'm gonna find a match. Do you yourself on 8 age and above? Woo, buddy. Woo. Get ready for a rumble, brother. It's a 2v2 match. No, never mind. How about you play? Oh, okay. I'll stop saying dirty jokes, I guess. Your PS Plus run out. You wouldn't be able to talk to us though if your PS Plus run out. Would you? You would, huh? Never mind. I think Xbox doesn't let you talk to each other if you don't have the pass. Oh my gosh. I wrapped my hand too tight. Oh, it hurts. It's like a cast. What happened? We got a match, Joshy. Now move over to the middle and ready up. If you're ready, either way, the match will start when that countdown stops. You heard?
I'm ready.
We're in Arabia, my boy.
Arabia.
That means there's not that many trees. So if you find trees... Game share? Screen share so I can see you and at the same time. So I can tell you what to do without having to move over there every time. What up?
I already am. I have a share stream going.
You have one going? Is it for the neighborhood watch? Oh, you gotta turn that shit off. I gotta teach you how to turn that sound off. So double click on the human guys, not the horse guy, just the regular guys. Double click X. Now click on the sheep or the goats. Just once will suffice.
That a sheep?
Yeah, that one. Up there.
Right here?
I don't know, up there. That one, no. Those ones. Up top, those ones. One click. Now, go to the house. Click on the house. Hold R2. And make some humans.
You mean?
You're clicking on one of the guys. Click on the house. The house.
What?
Click on the house. No, right there. No, see, you're clicking on the humans. Click on the house. Right there. Press circle. Click on the... Make them kill the sheep. Press circle now. Now click on the house. And then hold R2. And then make goods. Move the left stick over there. With the Hun, you don't have to build houses to be able to make more guys. Now, the dude on the horse, click on him and just take him out in the middle of nowhere and see what you find. If you find animals, bring him back. It's gonna be goats if you find animals. You can bring them back to your level and kill them. There's a camel. I don't think I've really ever played this level that much. Click on the house and make more guys. Now you gotta... Did you run out of sheep? Your extra dude, see how he's just standing there? Just hold down X and yeah, see that means you're gonna select who's in that circle. Click on the tree. Make him chop the tree down so you learn how to do the trees. You have to make him actually yeah, like that. See if we can make some more guys. You need 50 meat. Up on the top it shows you.
Bill. Can I make a mill? No.
They're just gonna have to just keep doing it over and over again. Basically. If you push down on the D-pad, it takes you back to their house. So grab a villager, any of them. So you have extra. Keep making them though. I have 14 of them. I think you only have 5. Oh, you're not a Hun, so you're gonna have to make a house. Hold on to the regular one. Grab any one regular dude or multiple dudes, and hold R2. And then you're gonna have to build a house, or you're not gonna be able to build more army guys. That's not a regular guy. That's like a scout. Yeah, him. One like him.
Patrol.
No, that's an army guy. Get out of there. Just like R2. See him? He's a villager. Move up to the house. Where's your guys that are in there? Hold R2 right there. L2, I mean X. Let go. Hold X. Move around on the house only. Like, hold X and move around the house. There's dudes right there that you don't even know you have. See them? Now let go. Hold R2. Hold R2. That's why I wanted you to be the Hun, because you don't have to build houses. Go up, left on the... Make that house. The house. The top one. Just put it wherever you want. Oh, you didn't push X on it. Just push R2. You don't have to be hovering over them at all. You just have to have them selected. Just push R2. Hold R2. Go up to the house. Up. Press X. And put the house down wherever you want. Push X. Wherever you want to build it. And then the builders will build. That dude on the horse can't do nothing like that. He's just send him around on the map to go scout. That's all he does. Well, you gotta push circle to get off of them. You're gonna be pressing X on a guy, then pushing circle, pushing X on a house, then pushing circle, pushing X on a building, push circle. Like, you're gonna have to push circle a lot. I gotta do some of my shit real quick, because they're just gonna fuck us up. I haven't been doing nothing but collecting berries. What these coaches having there? I built all kinds of farm. Alright, I'm gonna go look at your thing. So, remember, you gotta do all this at once. You don't need to follow him like that. Zoom out, and you can throw him deep and just let him run. Like, let him run wild. Just like, he's not that important. Just push down on the D-pad to go back to your house from wherever you're at. Get them, hold X. Just make them chop down tree. Click on that tree right there. Since you just want to do them whatever, click one of them. No, you just select them. Put them back on the tree. It's because you're zoomed in too much. I think. I lowered my sensitivity though. Just for circle. You're selecting all of them. Press circle. Now grab one of them. Just tap X. Nope. Nope. He didn't do it. Yeah, do it. Hold R2. Go to that like mill thingy. The windmill. The windmill on bottom right. The bottom right. Press X. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. Oh wait, you already have one. You already have one. Oh no, that's house. Zoom out. You're choosing. Put it by those rows, those berries. Put it by those berries. You got off of it. You can move all the way across the map like that. Grab the dude. R2. Yep. X. Go by. Press X by that bush. Anywhere. Not right there. You can't do it on top of it. You can't do it on top of it. Just do it right next to it. Just let that guy build. Push circle. You're still selected on the. That's somebody else. Push circle. Or you're gonna tell the person you just told to do something. Push circle. Click on the house. No, you haven't done it yet. Push circle. You're still selected on the dude. You're pressing X. The house is right here. This is the town center. That's a house. Click on it. You're too zoomed out. You can't even see it. You're too zoomed in. You can't even see what's going on. Click on the house. That one. No. Just click right there. X. Hold R2. Just make more guys, as many as you can. Just spam it until it doesn't let you. I gotta go build my city a little bit.
Хөдөөжмө эрхлэгч.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Is that you can't move. You're still selected to whatever you were selected to. Push circle. Push. He died. I'll see on the left on the D-pad. It doesn't show a military guy anymore. That means he got killed. Push down on the D-pad to take it back to your city. Zoom in a little bit, but not all the way in, because then you can't see what's happening. There, that castle's already gonna fuck you up. Click on your city. Oh, you don't even have any dudes left, huh? Just click. Just tap. Huh? They're gonna get you 99.99 of the times until you get good.
захиран байна. Бид аж ахуйн эрхлэг.
Амрын юу?
They did the same thing to me just now. It's because I wasn't doing nothing. I was trying to show you what to do.
I know, man. Right there. So high.
Just push start and resign.
Yeah. Game of 2K. Play some 2K? Sure. You alright?